The first thing that registered was the sizzle. The acrid scent of smoke and scorching oil filled my nostrils, a familiar, gritty reality that anchored me in a moment I remembered with painful clarity. I was standing in the kitchen of our cramped apartment, a spatula in my hand, stir-frying vegetables for a man who had already in his heart discarded me. I had been reborn. The knowledge settled in my gut not as a shock, but as a cold, hard certainty. The phantom pain of cancer, the gnawing emptiness of a lonely death in a slum rental. These memories were more real to me than the scene before my eyes. Liam Walsh's arms slid around my waist from behind, his chin resting on my shoulder. His breath, warm and intentional, ghosted over the nape of my neck. I stiffened, the instinctual revulsion so strong I nearly dropped the spatula. "Ilara." His voice was a low, sticky murmur designed to coax and manipulate. "I need to ask you something. About the job." The university had offered one spousal employment quota per faculty member. I was Liam's legal wife. But I knew what was coming. The script was etched into my soul. Can you let Maya have the spot?" he asked, his tone dripping with a feigned, sorrowful sweetness. "You know how much I owe her family. This is the only way I can repay them." Sizzle. Pop. A droplet of boiling oil leapt from the pan and landed on the back of my hand. A sharp, stinging pain flared and I gasped, jerking my hand back. Liam didn't even flinch. He didn't ask if I was okay. He just stood there, a block of wood, his entire focus on the next verbal dagger he needed to plant in my heart. "With your background," he continued as if my pain was a trivial interruption, "the best you could get is a dorm supervisor position. But Maya, she has a master's degree. She can be a lecturer. She understands the situation and is willing to compensate you financially." He was selling me out. "But for her to get the offer," he finished, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "we need to get a paperwork divorce first. It's just a formality. I promise you the second she gets permanent status in 3 years we'll remarry. It's you and me always." A different pain, deep and visceral, clawed at my abdomen. The memory of cancer, a pain that had consumed my last days, flared in protest. It was a hurt 10,000 times worse than this superficial burn. In that previous life when I had been diagnosed and drowning in despair, I had gone to him, my husband, for help. He hadn't let me speak a single word. He had cut me off, his face a mask of disgust. "Ilara, I'm a university professor now. Look at you. You have an adult education diploma. Is it fair to ask me to stay tied to you? Sure, you worked to put me through school, but I'm giving you this apartment in the divorce. That should be more than enough. I'm married to Maya Dow. She's the woman who truly matches me. Don't embarrass yourself by coming here again." He'd had security drag me out. I died alone. How foolish I had been, thinking that holding on to a man like him was synonymous with holding on to happiness. How could happiness ever be rooted in something so cold and ungrateful? I turned off the stove. The sizzling stopped, leaving a ringing silence. I moved to the sink, twisted the tap, and let the cold water run over the burn. I was trying to extinguish not just the sting on my skin, but the searing, centuries-old pain buried deep in my memory. I took a deep, steadying breath, the kind I hadn't been able to take in my final moments. I turned around, my face a placid mask, and looked at the man who had been my ruin. "All right," I said, my voice unervingly calm. "Let's get divorced." Liam instantly froze. His carefully rehearsed script, the one where I would sob and recount my 8 years of bloodshot-eyed labor to fund his education and his mother's medical bills, shattered. He had been ready for hysterics, ready to administer patronizing comfort and manufactured guilt. He was not ready for this serene acquiescence. You mean it?" he stammered, his voice dry and scratchy like sandpaper. He still hadn't noticed the angry red mark on my hand. His eyes were locked on mine, desperately searching for a trace of the pain, the hesitation, the love he took for granted. He found nothing. My gaze was a still, deep lake. I pulled a napkin from the holder and slowly dried my hand. "Why not? Don't you have the money?" I looked up, a faint, sarcastic smile tugging at my lips. "Being a dorm supervisor sounds mind-numbingly boring anyway. I love money, Liam." He physically recoiled as if I'd struck him. "Love money?" he repeated aghast. His facade of the composed, reasonable academic cracked wide open, his face twisting in distaste. "Maya is a professor's daughter. I owe her father a great debt. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I cut him off sharply. Who doesn't love money? Just last month, I worked 2 straight weeks of overtime to cover your mother's hospital bills. If you were so concerned with right things, you wouldn't have had me suffering through night shifts while you stand here making excuses for someone else. But Elara, he tried to argue, flustered. I took a step closer, my gaze sharpening into a blade. Liam, you promised me. You said if I put you through school, you'd take care of me for the rest of my life. But 2 months after graduating, you're still sucking the life out of me. This job spot, consider it your repayment. Every word was a chisel strike on stone. I'm giving up the job and I want the money. But this opportunity is worth at least 300,000. Not a single cent less. Pay me and I'll sign the divorce papers. Don't pay, well, we can drag this out and see who blinks first. Liam's face turned a deep mottled gray. He was rooted to the spot, utterly disarmed. I ignored him and dished the now wilted vegetables into a bowl. I sat down at our small table, scooped myself a bowl of the creamy fish soup I'd made, and took a slow, deliberate sip. I let out a satisfied sigh. Aren't you going to sit down and eat? I asked, raising an eyebrow. He stared at me as if I were a stranger, a monster wearing his wife's skin. No, he bit out. Maya booked a room at the Grand Marquis to celebrate me locking in the job. It's all industry people. Oh, I replied without looking up from my soup. Sounds lovely. Don't forget your keys. If you drink yourself unconscious, I won't be the one picking you up. The air in the apartment froze solid. There were no tears, no clinging, no attempts to mark my territory. The foolish, lovesick girl who would have run out into a stormy night to fetch him was gone. All his planned arguments, his expected soft coaxing and strategic compromises, every bit of his manipulative architecture crumbled to dust. My calm resistance was more unnerving than any tantrum he could have imagined. Liam stood there for a long moment, a statue of repressed fury, before he snatched his keys from the bowl by the door. Bang! The door slammed shut with a deafening crash that made the water in my glass tremble. I looked down, poked another spoonful of soup and thought to myself, it really is fresh and sweet. This time the sweetness was all mine. The clock had just struck 2 a.m. when the familiar, clumsy sound of a key fumbling in the lock echoed through the silent apartment. I was sitting on the sofa in the dark, not out of devotion, but because I had been waiting for this moment. I heard Liam stumble in, the stench of expensive whiskey preceding him like a foul cloud. He saw my silhouette on the couch and I felt the tension in his shoulders relax from across the room. A faint, smug smile was audible in his voice when he spoke, his words slurred. Don't wait up so late next time. Just go to sleep early. He said it like a magnanimous king granting a favor to a devoted subject. He then staggered toward the kitchen, expecting to find the ever-present bowl of hangover soup I had always, in our past life, warmed for him. It was a ritual, a testament to my servitude. But the kitchen was dark and empty. The countertops were clean, the stove cold. The pot I usually used sat clean and untouched in the drying rack. The comforting warmth he felt entitled to didn't exist. Not even a trace. His footsteps halted. I heard him turn, the last vestiges of his false, drunken warmth evaporating under the sting of rejection. Elara, he barked, his voice raised with the anger of a neglected child. You've been home all night and you couldn't even be bothered to make me a bowl of soup? I didn't answer him with words. Instead, I reached for the lamp, flooding the room with a soft, revealing light. Then I slid the thick stack of papers I had been holding across the coffee table. The sound of paper scraping against wood was unnaturally loud in the stillness. Who says I've been idle? I said, my voice flat. This is the divorce agreement I drafted. Look it over. If everything is acceptable, sign it. He stared at the papers as if they were a venomous snake. What is this? He sputtered, his voice rising in disbelief. What do you mean? We agreed it was a temporary arrangement. A formality. Why are you making it so official? I lifted my chin. The light from the lamp cast just enough of a glow to highlight the cold, sharp glint in my eyes. A fake divorce certificate is still a real divorce certificate, isn't it? He was momentarily choked into silence, then swatted the papers aside irritably. But we're still living together. We're still a family. He even forced out a half-hearted, comforting smile, a pathetic attempt to regain control. I already discussed it with Maya. Since she's new in town, she'll stay here with us for a while. Don't worry. Once I start working, you can relax at home. Just help Maya and me manage the household." The more he spoke, the smoother his voice became, as if he were painting a rosy, delusional blueprint for our future. "Maya even said your cooking is great. She's looking forward to enjoying it regularly." Under the harsh living room light, the face I had once been so obsessed with now twisted into its ugliest, most authentic form. He actually expected me, his soon-to-be ex-wife, to serve as a domestic servant for him and his new woman. The audacity was breathtaking. I gently tapped the papers on the table with my fingertips. "Since we're getting a divorce, you and Maya will also need to get a real marriage certificate to secure her the job." So, I looked straight into his eyes, speaking each word slowly and with deliberate clarity. "If we don't settle the division of my assets now, are you planning to let Miss Vance take my share when the two of you inevitably split in the future?" Liam's expression soured instantly. "Alara, that's such an ugly thing to say. You think Maya would care about our little pile of stuff?" I let out a soft, mocking laugh. "Even brothers settle accounts clearly." I leaned in slightly, my voice steady but pressing. "If you won't sign, then I think that dorm supervisor job at Westbrook University, the one you look down on, sounds just fine for me after all." That was the trigger. The threat of me showing up at his prestigious university, a constant reminder of the low-class wife he tried to discard, was unbearable to him. "Fine. I'll sign." He grabbed the pen from the table in a rush, desperate to shake off the embarrassment and entanglement. Without even bothering to glance at the contents, he scrawled his name across the signature line in a messy, hurried script and slammed the pen down with a definitive thud. I watched him, my heart as still and cold as a deep winter lake. He was so eager, so dismissive, so certain that I was an idiot playing a short-sighted game. He didn't even notice the clause I had meticulously written in, the one that stated he would leave the marriage with nothing. No claim to any future assets, no share of the money he was about to pay me. He was signing away his rights for the price of my silence and disappearance. After signing, he shot up from his seat, the stench of frustration and alcohol clinging to him like a second skin. "I've been drinking," he muttered, a familiar tactic. "Don't want to stink up the bedroom for you. I'll sleep in the study tonight." It was his classic form of cold violence. In my past life, worn down by years of emotional deprivation, I'd been deeply insecure, terrified of any distance between us. Every time he threatened to sleep in the study, I would rack my brain, apologizing for crimes I didn't commit, begging him to come back to our bed. This time I simply responded with a non-committal, not even sparing him a glance. There was no apology, no begging, nothing he had come to expect. The room hung in a dead, heavy silence. A few seconds later, his humiliation twisted into pure, unadulterated rage. He spun on his heel and stormed into the study, reeking of booze and fury. Bang! The door slammed shut with a deafening crash that made the entire apartment vibrate. The water in the glass on the coffee table trembled violently, just as it had when he left hours before. This time I smiled. I stood and returned to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. I went to the closet and carefully moved aside a stack of sweaters, retrieving the envelope I had hidden there. I pulled out the single most precious sheet of paper I now owned. My admission letter. A master's in translation studies from Crestwood University. Under the soft yellow glow of my bedside lamp, the paper seemed to shimmer. Memories of my past life flashed. My weak high school scores, my decision to work and support Liam, the gnawing fear that I wasn't good enough for him. That fear had driven me to secretly study for an adult bachelor's degree and, ultimately, to sit for the graduate entrance exams. In my previous life, I had presented this letter to him like a holy offering, a ticket to finally being his equal. He had taken it, sneered, and tossed both the letter and my fragile excitement into the trash. A grad degree from a no-name university? No one at my school would even look at this, Alara. Stop messing around. Just be my good little wife. That's the proper path. You hold the rear so I can charge forward for both of us. Charge forward. In my last life, he was the one who had shoved me headfirst into the battlefield of despair. I gently traced the embossed university seal with my fingertips. This time I hadn't told Liam. My battlefield wasn't in his kitchen, and I wasn't going to live my life under anyone's feet. My battlefield was at the very university he had sneered at. I would carve out a future with my own hands, one that no one, especially not Liam Walsh, could ever destroy. The morning of the divorce dawned clear and bright, a cruel mockery of the somber occasion it was supposed to be. I arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau early, the stillness of the waiting room a stark contrast to the storm that had raged in my heart for a lifetime. I didn't have to wait long. Liam showed up right on time, but he wasn't alone. Maya Vance was glued to his side, a possessive hand curled around his bicep. She was a vision of calculated elegance, decked out in head-to-toe luxury brands that screamed old money and privilege. Her eyes, sharp and assessing, swept over my simple worn jeans and t-shirt, and her lips curled into a subtle, disdainful smirk. "Ilara," she said, her voice a saccharine simper as she stepped forward. She held out a heavy, discreet paper bag. "The compensation. 300,000 in cash as agreed." I took the bag, its weight a tangible, satisfying anchor in my hand. It was heavy with the weight of 8 years of my blood, sweat, and sacrificed sleep. Maya gave a short, arrogant snort, unable to contain her triumph. "You know, if it weren't for Liam, a woman like you would never have seen this much money in her entire life." The condescension in her voice was a spark to the tinder of my resentment. My fingers tightened around the bag's handles, my knuckles turning white. I raised my head, my eyes as cold and hard as chips of glacial ice as they swept over her. "This opportunity," I said, my voice low and clear, "was paid for with 8 years of my youth. It wasn't a gift." I took a single deliberate step closer, lowering my voice to a threatening whisper. "Would you like to see what happens if I start shouting right now? Let everyone in this building see how the daughter of Dean Vance bought herself another woman's husband." Maya's face went parchment pale in an instant. The smug mask shattered, replaced by pure panic. Liam flew into a protective rage. "Ilara, shut your mouth." I merely chuckled, a cold, dry sound. "Let's just get this over with." I turned my back on them, the heavy bag of cash held securely in my grip, and walked toward the divorce registration counter. The process was bureaucratic and sterile. We signed the papers, pressed our red-inked fingerprints onto the documents, and finalized the legal end of our marriage. Throughout it all, Liam kept his eyes on me, a desperate, searching look in his gaze. He was waiting for it. The crack in my armor, the single tear that would prove he still had power over me. He saw nothing. There was no lingering attachment in my eyes, only a profound, bone-deep relief. As we received our blue divorce certificates, Maya practically vibrated with impatience. She immediately tugged a dazed Liam by the arm, pulling him toward the adjacent marriage registration counter. It was a grotesque, hurried ballet. They went through the entire process again, a sickening repeat performance. Within minutes, Maya was clutching a red marriage certificate, beaming as she leaned her head affectionately against Liam's shoulder. The transaction was complete. I didn't look away. I took out my phone, raised it, and snapped a clear, unmistakable photo of them. It was a scene worth preserving. Liam took his certificate and turned back to glance at me. His gaze was complicated, a flicker of something that might have been guilt, but was quickly smothered by a kind of resigned comfort, as if to say, "See? It's only for 3 years." He was already emotionally invested in the narrative he and Maya had constructed. I smirked slightly, feeling like an audience member at a particularly pathetic play. The money was settled. That was all I had ever needed from him. I turned and walked away, my divorce certificate in one hand and the leather-bound cash bag in the other. My steps were light, unburdened for the first time since my rebirth. I was free. That night, Liam came home to find me curled up on the sofa, watching a mindless variety show and eating an apple, looking as if the earth-shattering event of the day had been nothing more than a minor errand. "I'm sleeping in the study," he muttered again, once more resorting to his childish silent treatment as a form of punishment. My eyes didn't leave the television screen. "Suit yourself." Bang. The door slammed shut, another punctuation mark in the story of our ending. The next morning I was in the living room, my suitcase lying open on the floor as I methodically packed the last of my belongings. Liam emerged from the study, his hair messy, his face darkening when he saw the scene. "What's this now?" he snapped, his voice raspy with sleep and irritation. "I'm reporting to Westbrook with Maya next week." He laughed, a cold, derisive sound. "Who are you packing for? Don't tell me you think you're coming with us." He strode further into the room, crossing his arms over his chest. Maya and I are the legal couple now. What are you? You want the whole university to laugh at us? We'll send you the address once we're settled, but let me make this clear. You are not to show up on campus. I calmly zipped up my suitcase, the sound final and decisive. Who said I'm going to report anywhere? He choked on his words, thrown off balance. Then where are you going? Just getting out for a bit, I said, pulling the suitcase toward the door. I booked a plane ticket to Crestwood last night. I had the money. I didn't want to stay another second in that tomb of a marriage. He stepped directly in front of me, blocking my path, his brow furrowed in confusion and burgeoning anger. Haven't you had enough? You're just going to some resort to blow off steam, is that it? His tone was patronizing, as if he were dealing with a temperamental child. I brushed past him without a glance. He grabbed the suitcase handle, his grip tight. Alara, what resort? When are you coming back? His eyes scanned my face, trying to detect the signs of a tantrum he was so sure I was throwing. I haven't decided, I said with a slight, firm tug, pulling the suitcase from his grip. Just clearing my head. I'll come back when I'm ready. He stared at my profile, so unusually calm and distant. A thread of genuine, primal unease suddenly flared in his chest. Something was off. This wasn't the script. But the habit of control, built and reinforced over years, quickly smothered that instinct. He assumed I was just sulking over the divorce, that I would inevitably run out of money and come crawling back to the only home I had. The tight line of his lips relaxed slightly, replaced by a trace of familiar annoyance. He let go of the suitcase. Fine. Do what you want. Just don't blow all the money on junk. Come back soon. The wheels of my suitcase rolled over the linoleum floor, emitting soft, steady thuds that echoed in the silent apartment. I didn't look back. Not once. Behind me, his phone suddenly rang, the shrill tone cutting through the tension. He answered instantly, his voice transforming into something gentle and attentive. Maya? Ready for breakfast? Great, I'll come right down. After the call ended, he gave one last glance toward the now empty entryway. Whatever sliver of unease had stirred in him was swept away by the sound of his new wife's waiting voice. She'll come back, he thought, the arrogance settling back into his bones like a familiar coat. They always do. I turned the corner, dragging my suitcase behind me. Inside, nestled among my clothes, were the thick stacks of 300,000 yuan in cash and a bank card holding the 200,000 yuan relocation allowance Liam had transferred to me the week before, a final payoff to soothe his conscience. The wheels of my suitcase rolled lightly along the pavement, grinding over the broken pieces of our 8-year past. 300,000 in cash, plus 200,000 in relocation funds. 500,000 yuan total. 8 years of my youth, my labor, my devotion, traded for a stack of paper and a plastic card. It was a pittance, and yet it was everything. It was infinitely better than the broken-down apartment from my past life, the one that couldn't even cover its own mortgage. This was clean. This was freedom. At the airport, I found a trash can, pulled out my old SIM card and dropped it inside without a second glance. It felt like shedding a diseased skin. Goodbye, Liam Walsh, I whispered to the bustling airport, a genuine smile touching my lips for the first time. The future was a blank page, and I was finally holding the pen. 6 years. 6 years of relentless work, of pouring every ounce of my being and every yuan of that 500,000 into building my company, Etheria. 6 years of studying until my vision blurred, of coding through the night, of learning the intricate dance of international e-commerce. 6 years of building a life on my own terms, a life that now included a gentle, brilliant man named Julian and our son Noah. I had returned to my hometown not for nostalgia, but because the local government had invited me, Director Alara Reed, I'd taken my mother's maiden name, to evaluate a poverty alleviation program. My success with Etheria's direct-to-consumer platform had garnered attention. During a tour of a workshop producing local crafts, I ran into an old high school classmate, Ben. His eyes lit up with a familiar, gossipy excitement. Alara, how it's been forever. You know, you were always the smart one latching onto Liam Walsh back in the day. I heard he's a full professor at Westbrook now. Really made it big. I offered a polite, distant smile. Liam and I divorced years ago. Ben froze, his mouth agape. No way. At the last reunion, everyone was asking about you and he didn't say a word about a divorce. He just got all quiet and changed the subject. He winked, a knowing, obnoxious gesture. Landing a man like that takes skill. You don't have to be shy about it with me. My expression remained placid. A woman doesn't need to rely on anyone to survive, Ben. We pave our own paths and the world opens up for us. He blinked, gave a half-hearted, unconvinced nod, and I quickly excused myself, the polite exchange already exhausting. After the factory tour, our group was invited to lunch at a nearby hot spring resort. I'd had a last-minute video conference and arrived at the restaurant a little later than everyone else. I was scanning the room numbers, looking for the private dining room my contact, Sarah Chen, had messaged me when a clear, imperious female voice called out behind me. "Waitress, please bring us some Longjing tea for this table." I was dressed in a simple, elegant linen dress that matched the ethnic, artisanal theme of the day's visit. I suppose to a certain kind of person, helpfulness and elegance in a woman could be mistaken for servitude. I turned, a polite refusal on my lips. "I'm sorry, I'm not." The words died in my throat. There she was, Maya Vance. And sitting right beside her, his face a canvas of shock that quickly morphed into something resembling pained pity, was Liam. 6 years had been kind to him in a conventional way. He looked more polished, more established. But there was a softness around his jaw, a complacency in his eyes that spoke of a life too easily won. Maya looked me up and down, a wide, cat-like grin spreading across her lips. Well, some people take the money and run and yet still end up working as a waitress. I have to say I didn't expect that. Liam frowned, his expression a complicated mess of surprise, embarrassment, and that infuriating, patronizing trace of "you got what you deserved." "Elara," he said, his voice softer than I remembered. "You're here. Why not sit down and have lunch with us?" Maya puckered her lips and nudged him sharply with her elbow. "Liam, she's a waitress now. Is it appropriate to let her join us? What if her manager finds her?" She turned to the other well-dressed people at the table, all of whom were now staring at me with undisguised curiosity. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Liam's ex." The word hung in the air, vague and damning. "This Miss Elara," Maya continued, her voice dripping with faux innocence, "doesn't have much of an education. Not much life experience either. She took Liam's money and disappeared. Judging by her look now, I'd say the money's probably all gone." A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses gave me a greasy, appraising once-over. "Being a waitress is an honest job," he said with a sly grin. "But can this beautiful waitress pour me some more hot water?" Polite, complicit chuckles circled the table. Who knew that educated elites could be so vulgar? I remained rooted in place, unmoving, my face a mask of cold contempt. The man's smile faltered, annoyed by my lack of deference. He slapped the table lightly. "Where's the manager? This one needs an attitude adjustment." Liam, ever the cowardly peacemaker, reached for my wrist. "Don't make a scene, Elara. It's just pouring water. Apologize and I'll make sure he doesn't file a complaint." He thought he was helping. He thought he was my savior. I yanked my arm free as if his touch were acid. "I'm not a waitress," I snapped, my voice cutting through the din. Maya cut me off with a dismissive wave. "What, you're going to say you're a guest here? You think you can afford this place? Being a server isn't shameful. You don't need to lie about it." "Director Reed, I should have come out to greet you sooner." Sarah Chen's voice, warm and apologetic, came from behind me. She hurried over, gesturing politely toward the more exclusive wing of the resort. "This way, please. Our room is in the Lotus Pavilion. Everyone is waiting." I turned to follow her without another word, leaving the table in stunned silence. One of the women at Liam's table, a plump lady, suddenly gasped. "Wait, Secretary Chen. What are you doing here?" Sarah turned, puzzled, looking at the woman who had spoken. "I'm Yuan Mei from the School of Media at Westbrook," the woman said, introducing herself warmly. "Last time you accompanied the party secretary to our campus, I was on the reception team." Recognition dawned on Sarah's face. "Ah, yes, of course. My apologies, I didn't recognize you at first. Today, I'm here with Director Reed to assist with the investment outreach meetings." She gave a professional smile. "We'll have to catch up another time. Director Reed's time is quite limited." "Director Reed." The words landed in the middle of Liam's table like a grenade. Yuan Mei froze on the spot. Maya's expression turned to stone, her smugness evaporating into pure, unadulterated shock. Liam was staring at me, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes wide with a dawning, horrifying understanding. Sarah, still oblivious to the drama, looked between their table and my retreating back. Wait, do you all know Director Reed? I didn't break my stride. I don't know them, I said flatly, my voice carrying clearly in the hushed room, and walked away without a backward glance. Night had fallen by the time the lengthy business dinner concluded. The air was cool, a welcome relief from the stifling atmosphere of the dining room. I stepped out of the resort's main entrance, taking a deep breath of the clean, pine-scented air, wanting to wash the memory of Liam and Maya's faces from my mind. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. He emerged from the shadows near a row of parked cars, his figure tense and expectant. Alara, let me take you back to your hotel, Liam offered, stepping forward and reaching for my bag in a gesture that had once been familiar. I shifted it away from his grasp, the movement swift and definitive. He didn't retract his hand, just let it hang in the air for a moment before clenching it into a fist at his side. His brow furrowed with a frustration I knew all too well. It's been 6 years, he said, his voice low and strained. And you're still this stubborn. You disappeared without a word back then. Now you won't even give me a chance to make things right. I almost laughed. The sheer audacity was breathtaking. Make things right, Liam? You signed the divorce agreement with your own hand. You registered for marriage with Maya Vance mere hours later. And now you're standing here looking at me with this sentimental longing. Don't you see how pathetic that is? His face twitched, a muscle jumping in his jaw. But the delusion was a powerful drug. That was just a temporary arrangement. Maya and I, it's complicated. He was cut off by a soft, anxious voice calling his name. Liam. Maya hurried toward us, her heels clicking sharply on the pavement. Her eyes darted from him to me, flickering with instant, possessive unease. She wrapped her arm around his, claiming her territory, and leaned into him playfully, though the gesture was stiff. I still haven't finished sorting out my promotion paperwork, she said, her voice a little too bright. The dean said it's due next week. Liam was momentarily dazed, as if yanked from a dream back into a disappointing reality. He looked at me, his tone turning urgent, pleading. Alara, just give me a little more time. Maya may have her permanent position, but a divorce now would impact her title evaluation. It would ruin her career. A cold, sharp laugh escaped me. I shook my head slowly, looking at him with something close to pity. Liam Walsh, you don't need to explain anything to me. We have been divorced for 6 years. Our business concluded the day you paid me off. We only got divorced on paper, he argued, his voice rising in flustered desperation. 6 years ago you said we'd get remarried after 3 years, once Maya became permanent. Well, she has, and we're still together. It was a desperate, flailing lie, and we all knew it. He tore Maya's hand off his arm as if discarding her could rewrite history. It's not that we want to stay married. It's just that her promotion requires a stable marital status. It's for her career. I've heard enough. I cut him off, my voice flat and final. I'm already married. The words landed like a physical blow. His pupils contracted, his face going slack with shock. Then with a bitter, disbelieving scoff he sneered, You expect me to believe that? You only came back because you heard we were having problems? Because you thought we were getting divorced? I merely raised an eyebrow, letting his own ridiculous narrative hang in the air between us. His voice faltered. Sophie. Maya tugged sharply on his arm, her face pale and tight. Liam, let's go. We need to finish those documents. He let her pull him a few steps, but his eyes stayed locked on mine, still desperately trying to find a crack, a hint of the old love, a sign that this was all an act. You still have feelings for me, don't you? He whispered, the question so absurd it was almost sad. I didn't honor it with a reply. I simply turned and walked toward the parking lot where my hired car was waiting. Behind me I heard Maya's shrill, panicked voice. She's just trying to provoke you. Can't you see that? Don't fall for it. Liam didn't follow, but I could feel his gaze burning into my back, his disbelief a tangible force. He couldn't comprehend a world where I had moved on. In his mind I was forever frozen in time, the devoted wife waiting for his return. Back at my hotel the silence was a blessing. I kicked off my heels and initiated a video call. The screen lit up almost immediately, revealing a handsome, gentle face that instantly soothed my frayed nerves. Julian's eyes were kind, his lips curved into a soft, welcoming smile. Was the site visit productive? His voice was a low, warm rumble, a balm after the day's tensions. I hummed, leaning back into the plush sofa, finally allowing myself to relax. Ran into a few ghosts from the past. It was annoying. He raised a concerned brow. Want me to fly over? I shook my head, a genuine smile touching my lips for the first time in hours. No need. It's a small thing. Is Noah asleep? Just got him down, he replied, his voice softening as he turned the camera. On the bed, visible in the soft glow of a nightlight, was a tiny, peaceful figure curled under the blankets. In his arms he clutched the plush fox I had bought for him. My heart swelled, the last of the evening's bitterness melting away. He was fussing earlier, asking for mommy, Julian murmured. I'll be done here in about a week, I said. Then I'm all yours. We'll be here, he said simply, waiting for the lady of the house to come home. After the call ended, I gazed out the window at the city lights glittering below. A deep, profound peace settled in my heart. This was what home was supposed to be. A place where no one demanded your submission or begged for affection. A place where someone simply waited, gently saying, "We'll be here when you come home." It was a peace I had fought for and one I would never let anyone threaten again. The next morning I was deep in my field visit report when the hotel phone rang. "Miss Reed, a Mr. Walsh is here to see you. He says you invited him to breakfast." I hadn't, of course. It was a pathetic, transparent ploy. "Please inform him I only dine with people I've actually invited," I replied and hung up. 10 minutes later, driven by a need to end this once and for all, I went down to the lobby. Liam was there, sitting in a booth and sipping a coffee, having clearly bullied his way past the front desk. He had recomposed himself into his polished academic persona. When he saw me, he stood, a flicker of hopeful surprise in his eyes. "Elara," he said, putting down his cup. "About yesterday, my colleagues were rude. I apologize on their behalf. Can we talk? Properly." "Talk about what?" My voice was devoid of warmth. He took a deep breath as if steeling himself. I looked into it. "I didn't know you've done so well with Etheria these past few years. Your DTC model is becoming an industry leader." He paused, and a touch of that old familiar pride surfaced in his eyes, as if my success was somehow a reflection on him. "You know, you totally match me now." I almost laughed in his face. "Liam," I stared at him, my voice even and cold. "I told you yesterday. I'm already married." He smiled then, an expression of utter, unshakable confidence. "Don't lie to me, Elara. I know why you came back. It was because of me." The delusion was monumental. "Could you be any more narcissistic?" I snapped, cutting him off. "I returned because the provincial government invited me to consult on a poverty relief project." I took a step closer, my gaze boring into his. "Tell me, does your wife know you're here sniffing around me? Or is it that now you see I'm successful, you want to toss Maya aside and come crawling back?" His eyes widened, then grew red-rimmed, brimming with what he wanted me to believe was sincerity. "It's not like that. The person I've always loved is you, Elara. I regret everything. I should never have let you leave." But I saw it now with perfect clarity. It wasn't regret. He wasn't sad because he lost me. He was furious that the woman he'd dismissed as worthless was now a prize he couldn't have. "Stop lying to yourself, Liam," I said quietly, my voice laced with contempt. Then I raised a hand and gestured to the 2 security guards stationed near the entrance. "Excuse me," I said, my voice clear and carrying. "This man is harassing me. Please escort him out." I turned my gaze fully to the guards. "And please make a note. He is not to be permitted entry into this hotel for the remainder of my stay." Liam looked at me, his mouth agape in pure, unadulterated disbelief. "Elara, you can't be serious." But the guards were already on either side of him, firmly taking his arms. Just like in my past life, he was being thrown out of a place he felt entitled to be. Only this time it was by my command. He turned his head as they dragged him toward the doors, his shocked eyes locked on mine, unable to process that I had chosen definitively and publicly to shut him out. My phone buzzed as soon as the lobby doors swished shut. A text from Julian lit up the screen. "Have you eaten?" Noah says he misses you. I typed back, a genuine smile finally returning. About to tell Noah mommy misses him more. The confrontation should have been the end of it. I had won. But I had underestimated the venom of a wounded ego. A few days later my phone erupted in a violent, incessant buzz. It was Sarah Chin. Her voice was tight, stripped of its usual professional calm. Director Reed. Have you offended someone recently? My blood ran cold. What do you mean? The internet, it's blowing up. Someone posted a smear article. They're accusing you of sleeping your way to the top. They're saying a woman with your low education couldn't possibly build a company like Etheria without trading favors. I froze, my throat tightening. And it gets worse, she continued, her voice grim. They're claiming I had an improper relationship with you, that this project was a result of me pulling strings. It's absolutely ridiculous. But the pressure from above is intense. I'm so sorry, Director Reed, but we've been instructed to delay signing the contract until this is cleared up. I was being invited back to invest and now I was being accused of whoring my way in. The irony was vicious. I hung up and with a trembling hand opened a browser. I typed my name. Reed. The autofill suggestions were a punch to the gut. Alara Reed slept with bosses. Various EO whore. Alara Reed fake degree. I found the original post. The headline was vile. The post was a tapestry of filth, woven with just enough half-truths to be believable to those who wanted to believe it. It mocked my adult education diploma, fabricated a string of fictional foreign sponsors, and described deals that had never happened. It was a fantasy, a violent, misogynistic fantasy designed to tear down a woman who dared to succeed. The comments section was a sewer. Anonymous trolls shared stories of seeing me at hotels, of my exotic tastes. They dissected my success, reducing it to the only thing their narrow minds could comprehend. My body. My phone buzzed again. Julian's name appeared. Ilara. The way he said my name was a life raft. Don't look at that garbage. I'm flying over now. He paused, his voice steady and strong. I've already coordinated with PR. LookCorp is releasing an official statement. Tonight at 8 p.m. we're hosting a live stream. An exclusive interview with the founder of Etheria. You're going to address this head-on. He arrived with a team of professionals in a whirlwind of efficiency. They set up lights, cameras and sound equipment in my hotel suite. Julian didn't say much. He just held my hand, his grip a solid, unshakable anchor. Never in my life did I imagine my first live stream would be a public trial to prove my own worth. The host, a serious-faced woman, sat across from me. Miss Reed, there are malicious rumors online targeting your personal history. How do you respond? I pulled out my first diploma, the adult education degree, and spread it on the table. The camera zoomed in. The live chat exploded with venom. Trash degree. Confirmed, she's a fraud. I looked directly into the camera. That's right. This was my starting point. You think it's worthless? Then let me tell you, to earn this trash degree, I worked on an assembly line until my hands were numb and studied at night until my eyes were bloodshot. This degree is cooked in my sweat, not my family's connections. Then I laid out my graduate degree, my business licenses, the patents Etheria held. I explained our business model with razor-sharp clarity. We are a direct-to-consumer platform. The person who wrote this filth doesn't even understand what that means. Do you think I'd need to sleep with someone to sell a phone case? The tide began to turn. The chat flooded with support. She's destroying them with facts. That laugh. Queen. The host leaned in. Facing such gendered, malicious insults, what do you want to say? The anger I had suppressed for a lifetime surged forth. What I feel is sorrow for the cowards hiding behind their keyboards. My voice rose, sharp and clear. In your moldy old script, if a woman succeeds, it must be because she sold her body. The degrees we earn, the licenses we pass, the sharpness we bring to the table, it all gets erased with one cheap phrase. She must have slept her way up. What are you so afraid of? You're afraid that women don't need to rely on you anymore. The comments section exploded in a tsunami of support from women everywhere. I had turned my defense into a rallying cry. As the stream ended, exhaustion crashed over me. Julian was there instantly, his arm around me. You were incredible, he murmured. My phone buzzed. Director Reed, she said, her voice grimly satisfied. We identified the source. The IP address traces back to the Westbrook University faculty dorms. I knew. I already knew. The registered name on the IP is Liam Walsh. And the blog account used to post the article is registered to Maya Vance. Of course. The rats in the sewer were my old acquaintances. My screen lit up with an unknown number from my hometown. Driven by a cold fury, I answered. Alara. Alara, is that you? It's Liam. His voice was panicked, chaotic. I could hear sirens and yelling in the background. The police are here. They're taking us to the station. Please, you have to forgive me. Don't press charges. Forgiveness. How absurd. Behind him, I heard Maya sobbing and a police officer's cold demand for ID. Alara, listen. Liam pleaded, frantic. That post, it was Maya. She was angry I said I'd divorce her. He blamed you. When I saw it online, I was angry you were so cold to me, so I left a few anonymous comments. Just a few. It was nothing. Just venting. I didn't mean it. Just a few angry comments. A moment of poor judgment. If I hadn't been Director Reed, if I'd been just an ordinary woman named Alara, would he be weeping now? Would he care at all? My voice was eerily calm, the calm at the center of the storm. Liam Walsh, I said. Save your remorse for the judge. I ended the call and blocked the number. The world went quiet. The next morning the storm had passed. The contracts with the local manufacturers were signed. The project greenlit once the slander had been publicly eviscerated. The air felt different, lighter, as if purified by the truth. Julian and I flew home. The moment the front door to our house opened, a small warm missile launched itself into my arms. Mommy. You're home. Noah's little arms clung tightly around my neck, his smell of milk and sunshine and unconditional love filling my senses. I buried my face in his soft hair, breathing him in, trying to store this perfect feeling forever in my soul. Behind us, Julian wrapped his arms around both of us, his embrace warm, steady and sure. This was my sanctuary. This was my victory. A few months later, a message arrived from Sarah Chin. It was brief and to the point. Director Reed, the verdict was issued today by the District People's Court. Both individuals were convicted of defamation. Liam Walsh was sentenced to 1 year and 3 months. Maya Vance received 2 years. Sentencing is immediate. Westbrook University has announced their dismissal. I read the message twice, then set my phone down on my desk. There was no surge of triumph, no visceral joy. It was a quiet, solemn closure, the final period at the end of a long and painful chapter. My eyes drifted toward the family photo on my desk. Julian, Noah, and me smiling on a sun-drenched beach, our happiness so real it was almost tangible. The glow from my phone's screen reflected in the glass of the frame, casting a soft light on our smiling faces. In this second chance at life, I had not just sought revenge. I had built something. I had carved out a future with my own hands, a future of love, respect, and peace. I had secured my own happiness, and in doing so, I had rendered the Liam Walshes and Maya Vances of the world utterly irrelevant. They were a footnote in my history. I was the author of my future. And my story finally was just beginning. The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. They're after your painting, the private detective asserted, and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust. I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her. But I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon," I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings. But at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly is talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.